Welcome to the eFIBA Season 2. We are so thrilled to be back. We've had such great action already. We've gotten to see Europe play, North America, South America. All of them competed last week. Records were set, records were broken, and today we've got Africa and Middle East regional qualifiers. But hey, it's not just me that we've got on. We've got another star to the team. You might know him. Let me go ahead and introduce my man, Chris, a.k.a. Trumpet Monkey. Chris, my man, welcome. Or
mate,
welcome
what
back,
an intro. Yeah, thank you, India. Listen, excited and delighted to be back for eFIBA Season 2. They said it couldn't be done, but we did it, India. Here we are. Mate, no better man to be on the mic with than you. And of course, our other two brothers from another mother. We got Vince Chang and Nate the Great. So excited to be here with you, mate. And we got some epic games coming up today.
Oh, we sure do. And I'm going to clip the nice thing that you said about me and send it to Vince and be like, look, you've been replaced. I might not have the vest on, but he's been replaced. But you mentioned it, though. It's not just me. It's not just you. We've got two other great teammates of ours as well. We've got Vince Chang. We've got Nate the Great, a.k.a. Nate Patrick. And, of course, we've got Chris, you Trumpet Monkey. And you've got me. I go by India. It should be a fun show. It should be great. But I kind of teased that we had some great action that happened last week with Europe, North America, South America. So enough of me talking, but let's kind of show you exactly how it went down.
Welcome to eFIBA Season 2 America Regional Qualifiers! You're doing well! Oh man, stroking it green. Say hello to India.
What's going on, baby? Look, we got the vest on. It's double trouble.
Oh, baby! It's a 1-point game!
We know Spain's going to end up choking. They stink.
But then a comeback, baby!
We are truly, obviously, the best team on everyone's rankings in this.
Barbados, 61. Johnny Red, 63. See the type of matchup we're getting? No, he did it!
That made my fingers tingle.
USA, the USA.
Tell Chris you're not getting that chain back.
I do declare, Mr. Belvedere. This little zone that's happened much. Go!
I know. Oh, he gets it! He got the steal!
They're playing for a whole country.
For eFIBA Season 2, Day 2, ace.
I'm telling you, it was crazy. And now you got to see just how crazy. 180 points were put up by Team USA. Bananas. And I'm hoping a little bit of the same later on today.
Mate, 180 burger? I mean, those people have families, you know? Like, they put that out there into the world. That was truly amazing to witness. I got to tell you, that turned a lot of heads. Socials were going absolutely ballistic. Fantastic, though. I mean, that's exactly what this is all about. And you can see the swag. I mean, we're going to talk about it a little bit later on. Like, I mean, there's a lot more pride on the line than just the national pride now. And the lads are definitely flexing the psyops, mate. You know, what's going on between the years, getting in your opponent's head, living rent-free and all that.
Oh,
fantastic.
Absolutely. The trash talking is just at another level. Now, look, 180 burgers is a lot of calories, so we'll come back to that later on. But this season, we have so much to unpack, and we have a lot more games that are being played at the same times, which means that we'll be able to be a lot more dynamic than we were in the past, which means we will jump from game to game to showcase the best moments. But we also want to make sure that we show you the main matches, show a lot of Federation some love on the main screen as well. And you can actually, in the chat, we'll talk about y'all in a second. You can be part of the process as well. We'll talk about that later on. But, Chris, 61 nations. More than we've ever had before, and what a great tournament we've got going on. They're going to be actually split into 7 different regions. So we'll take a big look at the picture here in a second, but 61 countries split into 7 different regions. I mean, look at Europe.
Look at it, mate. I mean, the graphics department had a hard time fitting everything into one screen here, India, mate. Look at Europe. That's literally the whole continent is participating. The challenge, the gauntlet has been laid down and everybody has answered the call. I'm particularly excited as well for just a massive teams coming out of Africa, mate. Like, I think that's truly brilliant. There's a lot of talent to be found. And we know that the NBA 2K League scouts are watching. You know, this is a chance for some of these young men to maybe change their lives right here in this tournament. And we have the privilege and the honor. Like, it genuinely brings a tear to my eye. I think about 61 teams stepping onto the virtual court. This is brilliant, mate. I just love this.
I'll have some Kleenex for you when we get to the city that we'll introduce here in a second. But yeah, you've got Europe, Africa, North America, South America. You've got Southeast Asia. You've got Middle East, and you've got Oceania as well. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be madness. But now that you've told you that it's 61 nations that are split into 7 different regions, let's go ahead and take a look at how exactly are we going to go ahead and break down the groups. So here you can go ahead and see that they will compete within their respective regions into what's called a regional qualifier. So they'll play kind of like a round robin, a group stage format, and we'll explain the point system here in a few moments. But from there, you will have 2 nations that'll move on to the regional finals, where they will go ahead and battle it out to see who is going to go on to the world finals. You'll get 1 federation from each region. Europe, with the amount of teams they have, they will get 2. And where are we going, Chris? We are going to the World Finals on November 25th and 26th. I'm going to say it's Sweden, but you can be a little bit more specific if you want.
Yeah, mate, we're going to head over to the classic Swedish town, as we announce it in Australia, pronounce it, I should say, of Jönköping, mate. Jönköping. I can't wait to get there. I can't wait to hop into Jönköping.
It should be a lot of fun. I'm going to say Sweden. We're about an hour and a half away from the airport. I've calculated it. I'm ready to go. It should be a lot of fun. But that's the breakdown. So you've got the regional qualifiers to the regional finals to compete in the world finals. And it's not just about making it to Sweden. It's about winning in Sweden. It's about the money, and which we'll talk about here in a second. I'm giving away a lot. But the world finals are going to be in Sweden. That's going to be a lot of fun. You've got the DreamHack Winter events there as well. But let's talk about what is on the line. Not just bragging rights, because yeah, we all want to go ahead and put it on our fridge that we went ahead and won, but we've got 50,000 euros as the prize pool, the pot combined for that tournament. So you get to go to Sweden, play a video game, and get a chance to win a piece of that 50,000 euro prize pool.
Mate, I feel you. They're going to be playing a video game, but they're also going to be playing chess. This is going to be huge. This is going to be... I am so excited, so genuinely thrilled that there is now a massive prize pool. Shout out to FIBA. Shout out to all of the federations for participating. We have been asked quite a lot, and we've been building towards this moment, finally also a financial victory for the players to be had, because they put on such a good show. It's well deserved. And honestly, just a brilliant marker. It sets a great precedence for the future moving forward. And like you said, though, national pride, mate, I'm with you. They are there for that. But now they can also be rewarded financially. It's brilliant.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to come back to you during the broadcast and ask you how you'd spend that $50,000. You think about it. But I know we talked about a lot. We talked about 61 nations, the prize pool, the regionals, the qualifiers. Everything is so much to take in. But don't worry. You can go to eFIBA.basketball and we will go ahead and break down everything for you there. You can take a look at the groups, the schedule, the results, the standings, the bracket. All that information that you could need is going to be on that website. We'll remind you later on in the show as well. So make sure you check that out. Now, we need to go ahead and talk about the group standings and the leaderboards. And I say that because those are 2 separate things. Believe me, they're 2 separate things. So here's how it's going to go down. Week to week, depending on which regions you're playing, you're going to have their group standings that are going to be updated. So today, again, we've got Africa and Middle East. You've got one group with 4 nations in the Middle East, and you've got 3 groups with 4 and 5 nations in Africa. If you're a visual learner, don't worry. We'll throw up some graphics for you here in a moment, because I definitely am. So you'll have all the nations playing in a group, which will be against each other, meaning that by the end of the day, we will have sorted out the groups from top to bottom. So here's how your group standings would look once we played all the games. You can see if you come in first place, you get 24 points. Second place, 17. Third place, 13. 10, 8, 7. That's how the group standings will translate. And that will then take us over to the leaderboard as well, which will be within their respective groups, which you can see right over here. The games have yet to be played, but here's a template for the leaderboard of how the Middle East will look when you've got 4 federations there, top to bottom. We'll talk about the teams here in a moment as well. And then, of course, this will translate the same exact leaderboard over to our Africa region here as well. And you can see all of that being broken down. And, don't worry, games are still yet to be played. So it's okay if you've got, your team not at the bottom or the top just yet. A lot more action packed up just coming up. And now, Chris, the operations team said, let's throw a little wrinkle. Let's go and throw a little twist. Let's go add a little bit of fun. And I like this one because I don't know about you, but I needed extra credit to make sure, I passed all my classes. So we've got something called skill boosters, which gives teams an opportunity to go ahead and get a couple of additional points to put them right over the edge. If you lost to your opponent, maybe if you do certain things, you get a chance to kind of leap them and move on to the regional finals. That's a little teaser. We'll get into the nitty-gritty a little bit more, but I'm excited for that. What about you?
Yeah, mate, that's a tremendous addition to the entire tournament. It's not been done anywhere else, and I think it's brilliant. And I'll tell you why.
Welcome back to the eFIBA Season 2. We've got a lot of gameplay. It's my man Chris and I. We got a chance to see Middle East play. And now we've got Tunisia, Ghana. Should be a fun one here, man. What are you expecting here?
Yeah, okay, so this is really interesting. We said a hero may emerge from the pack, an unknown from the continent, the African continent. And what we're seeing right now is Tunisia, who actually have a bit of form and a bit of experience when it comes to the eFIBA tournaments. They're down big here. So Ghana coming out of nowhere. We might have our first upset of the entire tournament here. Phenomenal stuff, India.
Yeah, especially when the Middle East was mainly chalk, aka favorites that ran the board. It'd be awesome to kind of see some underdogs come out and fight. But of course, plenty of basketball still left for them to make a comeback here. Trying to find a little bit of an open space. Dots it all the way out to the left-hand side. That shot not going to be able to go, but he gets the offensive rebound, kicks it back out. Top of the key, he had the crab for a moment, still has it, takes the shot, knocks it down, and it's 36-23. You got to love it when you can get the crab, because it's not often that they can go ahead and get a block over your head. They might get called for a foul instead.
Hard to do, man. Acrobatic stuff is what we're seeing. Is we got a nice quick transition bucket right there, and that is the experience from Tunisia, and a good timeout here from Ghana. That's a a coach's and a captain's timeout right there. Just letting the Zebras know we need a minute. We got to talk this through, calm things down. They are on the precipice of an upset here. So we've joined the game a little bit late. They're still up 11. It's in the third though. Really great chance at an upset here in what is a low-scoring affair, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is getting the win.
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you do it, as that's going to be a rebound. Fast break opportunity all the way to the left-hand side. The animation of the catch kind of took a little bit while, but they swing it back to the right side. Another offensive rebound. We've already seen a few of those as we just tuned in a few moments ago. And offensive rebounds, Chris, so key. Those second chance opportunities, especially because what happens is you have defenders that see a shot go up and you'll have them crash the boards. So if they don't secure the rebound, the offensive dude down low can just dish it out for the open three as you get a turnover there. Yeah,
you're really solid point, mate. And you're right. Great turnover. I mean, we're seeing Ghana really mimic some of the better defenses that are on the global stage right now, getting hands up in the passing lane, being disciplined. I'm here to tell you, mate, I've seen Tunisia pour in the buckets in previous eFIBAs, and as we see a good ball rotation right there, didn't like the three. Coach is sitting there going, we designed it perfectly, mate. Pull the trigger, take the three.
I'm curious if he thought that, hey, his teammate was going to shoot the three, so he was going inside to go in and secure the rebound, which is why there might have been a miscommunication, or dog came in, kicked you. I'm not quite sure, as that one's not going to go. Nice defensive rebound. Easy left. Had a man open one on the left-hand side for the three, but they take the easy two. I can't be mad at that, as the lead has now been cut down to 7.
I like this timeout again. I really, really do. I love the tactics we're seeing right here. They know they're close to the win. They're basically just calming themselves down and saying, guys, we are so close. Switch on. Pay attention on the quick transition buckets as well. Love to see it. Good ball movement. Gets the pump fake going. The man in the air didn't drive. Another good pass to the top of the key right there as we get a reach-in foul. Hard for me to just determine, no, we're not in the penalty. But here we go. Inbounds play. You and I love these, mate. Let's see what magic they can cook up. Whew. They actually... Oh! End of the quarter.
Yeah.
I was watching the clock there, but I thought it was a foul as well, or potentially a massive rejection. But look, it was like high school all over again. Here we go.
I love it.
7 points in it. 5 minutes to play. Listen, I know a thing or two. I could probably write a book about it. As we see a nice open shot, but a miss. There's the quick transition again, and a big three here for Tunisia. They drop it in, and the lead is cut to 4. Tunisia saying we're not going to be the victims of an upset here, trying to fight their way back into this one. And Ghana need a bucket, mate.
And that is the second three-point shot to go down for Tunisia, which matches what Ghana's been able to do. So just a couple more of those drop, for Tunisia, and they're right back in this ball game, possibly with the lead as well.
What a hustle board right there, and he's actually managed to draw the foul as well. So here we go. We're going to get the inbound pass here. Yeah, nothing special, just getting the ball in, fair enough. Clock is their friend. They got the 4-point lead. Every possession vital in this one, though. This is my kind of game, mate. This might be our tightest game of the night so far.
We might be able to get a buzzer beater or an overtime game. That'd be a nice little treat. A little basketball action. Addition.
As we see the massive tomahawk dunk at the other end. And Tunisia cut the lead to only 2. And now if I'm not mistaken, that's 10 straight points for Tunisia. And Ghana have to answer here. They've got to get some points on the board. The defense is sticky. The man is open. He passes up the 3 again. Passes to himself. Has to pull the trigger. 24-second shot clock violation. No, they got the shot off. My apologies. Reset. Yeah. Driving. Miss. Oh my God, India, this is huge.
And especially if they can knock down that shot, they're not going to be able to as they secure the rebound, though. So we're still in a close game. So much action left for us to unpack in the next 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
This is massive, mate. This is our first time game on a 3. Oh my goodness.
He clanked that one.
Oh, he clipped the front as well. That was ugly. Oh, but it doesn't matter. He made it look really cool right up until that, right? So,
yeah.
Oh, man, but here we go. Trying to work the open 3. The defense at both ends is so sticky right now. They know what is on the line here. Fadeaway jumper miss. Big defensive board. Transition of their own. Open man in the corner. They pass it up. Driving. Pumps the brakes. Kicks it back to the top. Setting it up. 13 seconds left. Here is 𝐂𝐇𝐄. Great cut, great dunk, big bucket right there for Ghana.
So you want to go ahead and create those separations. Great job by not trying to force a 3 and take what the defense gives you. Had the slip, get it to the big fella, let him dominate inside the paint. As they go up by 4, they go ahead and play defense on the other side as well.
Great hustle right there. This is great stuff we're seeing from Ghana. Really good hustle at both ends of the court right now. Trying to work in another bucket under 2 minutes. The lead is 4. A scrappy pass right there. He's open for the 3. It's good. What a shot.
This has been an incredible game. Ghana was kind of flirting, though, with an L. They've kind of regained composure, have a little bit more buffer room to work with. But Tunisia, you've got to go ahead and get something now. And right there, I'm glad, once again, didn't force a 3, get some points. Let's now get a stop. The game isn't over yet. You've got plenty of basketball, 9 seconds of it worth, but you got to get a stop here. But more importantly, you cannot give up a 3. You got to go ahead and contain them to at least 2, if not going to stop.
Really, really great ball control right there as we're down to 7. Trying to work their open shot. Might just have to settle for that 20-footer, and he banks it home. That was pretty clutch, not going to lie, mate. That was really, really patient. They milked the entire shot clock and then still got their bucket. You touched upon it, though. Right now, Tunisia, they can't have any more empty trips. It's make or break time as we're approaching the final minute in this one. What can they do? Trying to work that open 3. Good cut. You just got to take that too if you can, but the defense is staunch.
Yeah, he was there. He got the defender to jump, just couldn't time it properly. The contest came in inside the paint, and now you see Ghana just smartly milking the clock. No reason to give the ball back unless you got to.
Milk that clock for a full cream win right there, mate. The big man shoots a 3. Oh, he got the rebound. They have to foul. And just like that, oh, no, not quite in the penalty yet. My apologies. I thought they were going to the line right there. Great, massive offensive rebound. That might be the difference in this one. That was probably last chance saloon, stopping some quick buckets there for Tunisia. As we see a deep 3, the big man. Coach has got to be a little bit miffed with that right there. A big 3-pointer, 15 seconds and 4 points. Smart timeout here, India, because now the ball is going to be inbounded from just on the other side of the opponent's halfway line.
Yeah, and you kind of want to make sure that you don't go ahead and turn the ball over. That's what's crucial here. You're going to have a point guard or a guard go all the way in the back of the court sometimes right there just to secure the possession, to spread the floor a little bit, to give yourself enough space to get the inbound, as he's now going to go to the line with 12.3 left. Up 4, looking to make it 5, and he does.
I had no idea that that was a foul. I thought it was a steal for a moment there, and I was pumped. Wow, here we go. Final moments in this one. 10 to play.
Got the crab!
Nice
Got the crab!
Oh my goodness. And they're going to take another timeout here. What we are looking for is a steal and an instant timeout from Tunisia. That is what they're going for right here. If you're Ghana, as you said, you're just spreading out the court and trying to get the ball in.
Yep.
You are playing with the clock. They're going for the reach in. Okay, he's going to the line. He's going to be massive. Oh, there we go. And if this goes in, that is all she wrote, and it is. And a really, really great effort here. There is the slimmest of chances now.
Great job
by
Tunisia to come back and make it as close as they did. Now, obviously there's no 5-point play, so this was practically over. Even if they do get an and one, they would lose by 1. They're going to go and try to just make it look pretty. Oh, there's no way that one went in. There's no way that one went in. It didn't matter in terms of the dub or the L.
Look at them dancing.
That's insane that they got that one.
Ghana with the big win right there. Fair play to you. Oh my goodness. That's our first upset. Amazing stuff.
Now we're going to go ahead and tune into, you've got Qatar taking on Bahrain. This is the last game in the Middle East region, excuse me. After this one, we'll come back and focus on the Africa region as well. So just an update for folks. We are jumping around just a little bit to close this one out. Now keep in mind, both of these teams have not secured a win yet. But we don't have draws. This isn't football/soccer. Somebody's got to win. So one of these teams is going to be in 3rd place, and one of them is going to be in 4th place until we see what the skill boosters have to say, and we'll see if that makes a difference in their leaderboards at all.
Right, and it will be very interesting if they literally go 0 for 3, but manage to get out of 4th place.
Wouldn't it be?
Booster. I mean, at least they can hang their hat on something. But so far, so good. And I got to tell you, the skill boosters, as predicted, have once again added a fantastic wrinkle to things here. So shout out to the tournament organizers. I think we possibly got one of the more entertaining tournaments of all time when it comes to that. And yeah, you touched on it. This is the battle for the wooden spoon, as we say in Australia. The bottom of the table, as we see a beautiful flying dunk there, but it rims in and out. And a nice 3 down the other end that misses as well. Qatar really need to get their skates on as we get a nice dunk.
Yeah, see that wooden spoon. That wooden spoon was just what I got a spanking with, but we don't need to have a therapy session right now. We can talk later, but it'll be interesting just to see what lessons are learned from both of these teams, that they can not only get a victory out of it, but that they can carry over to next week's matchups when they go ahead and play the teams again, hoping for a different result. I'm sure both of these teams are. But for now, you got to lock and load. Go ahead and get the victory here. And there's your favorite big fella. Dishes it right off top of the kid. He misses the wide open 3.
They worked it well, though, so the lead is 7. Just trying to find an open shot. Oh, he actually had him to the right there. So we see a triple team, which means somebody's got to be open, but the defense is smothering. And a quick transition, pass, move, 3, boom. And look, we already touched upon Bahrain, right? We were impressed enough with what we saw from a defensive perspective. I'm yet to see a triple team at the top of the key, though. That was pretty gutsy.
And something else that was great about Bahrain's fast break opportunity there, it was kind of like a 2-on-1, and you had the opponent or the teammate on the left-hand side. He could have gone in easily for a dunk, but he kind of went all the way to the left-hand side to go and get the additional points, especially when it's a game like this. You want to get as many points up on the board, get as many point differentials in your favor as you possibly can. So great IQ play. Fadeaway 3, though, is not going to drop.
Yeah, and there he probably had a little bit more time than he realized, right? He probably could have set the feet and made it a more high percentage 3-point attempt, but look, still, They are finding the spaces around the perimeter. They're getting open. Yeah, I think you're dead right. I love the way the poor defender in the middle of the court just stretched to either side. Who are you going to defend? And yeah, they bang it home. Quick decisions, good decisions as well. It has to be said as we see them work to the open man. A miss though, and that has been, look, that has been the Achilles heel, hasn't it, all night for Bahrain? They've missed their open shots and probably had a chance. Yeah, probably had a chance against Lebanon. It has to be said, man. Like, they could have made a bit more of a match out of that and defended really well against Saudi Arabia and might have given us one of the biggest upsets ever as we see a nice three, a good look, a good offensive board, kick it back out. Second time, miss again, another offensive board. And your hair's turning white if you're the Qatar coach. You're like, lads, get a board, defend the perimeter as we see another open three right there.
And that's what's so defeating, because you go ahead and get the stops, you go ahead and play great defense, but you cannot secure the rebound. And you just, again, you had folks that are crashing for the rebound. They can't secure it, so you give up a wide open shot, and that just doesn't help anybody. That's unfortunate to see.
Yeah, exactly. But look, it's as you and I have commented a couple of times, we see a beautiful dunk down there in the paint. You love to see it. Big man slowly meandering up the field, up the court, I should say. That's a great animation. It's a lot easier, a lot harder, I should say, than it looks. It's easy to commentate and difficult to execute. These are some of the best players in the world, and obviously that means defensively you're going up against the best offense, and as you're trying to hit that shot, you know, you're making it as difficult as possible for your opponent. So literally every bucket that goes in, it's a small miracle.
And we'll see if they're able to come back in this one with about a minute 18 left in the second quarter, second half. Obviously still left to go, but so far it's Bahrain that's making it rain at the moment on the offensive side of things. It'll be tough for them to come back in this one.
So I actually have, you touched upon it earlier, the fun fact about the Qatarian player.
Yep.
So Mizo Amin, he actually plays pro basketball for Qatar's national team. So this isn't, I'm going to go ahead and call him a dual athlete. I hope that's all right, India.
That's perfectly fine, because I know you're about to bring it up, so I looked him up. He is the team captain of Qatar's national basketball team as well. So not just a player, according to this Wikipedia page, team captain. And that's just, I mean, to be talented off the court and to be able to represent your country on the court in the terms of virtual is amazing to see.
Can I get a height check on the team captain for Qatar, please, and also position? Do we have that information as well?
According to what I have.
Again, Wikipedia, the most reliable source on the internet.
Exactly. I'm going to go with allegedly. 6'4".
Allegedly. Nice! There we go. All right. I like it, man. Well, look, hopefully at some stage we do get him on cam and on interview. That would be absolutely phenomenal. As we are seeing the lead, you know, just elongate ever so slightly here for Bahrain, who we know just have the really good defense, and probably the only part of their game that they're going to go away and work on is the shooting. We are seeing, as expected here, a really solid performance from them. But I am liking the fact that we're seeing the hustle. Look at that. Quick transition, good pass, good shot selection here from Qatar, but the execution just letting him down a tiny bit. Beautiful three right there.
Yeah, that was a smart decision to go to knock down that three from the right-hand side. Had a teammate open all the way on the left, but you had defenders in the middle, so they could have maybe stolen that pass from the lanes. Took the easy shot, get yourself some buckets yourself, and that's going to be the half as Qatar struggling against Bahrain. 33-11. It just hasn't been Qatar's day, but plenty of time for them to adjust. And looking at this box score here, it's the three-point shots. They're not even in the double digits in terms of shooting from beyond the three-point line. Look at the rebounds.
The rebound stat line for me. Oh, that is just, look, that's a coach killer right there. I mean, really, your hair is just turning gray because that's all hustle. Right, and yeah, you can train hustle as well. So that's probably going to be the takeaway. And I hope this Qatar team, you know, they get together, as we've spoken about, like midweek, during the week, between the actual tournament days, the game days. They get together, they address what's going wrong. The beautiful thing is it's all on tape now, right? So they can study the tape and they can get busy and they can address the areas that they need to improve upon.
For a second, when you say, you know, that'll make your hair turn gray, I was like, my hair is not gray. I'm doing all right. No, not yet. Not yet, at least. But you're definitely right, though. They'll see what adjustments they need to go ahead and make to go ahead and get themselves in better position. Because you only got to get in second place.
It's a beautiful head of hair, and I sincerely hope that the social media team do share the embarrassing photos of us that they had us, that they requested of our bad haircuts over the years. Because
you know, I never sent it, thankfully.
Oh really? I thought I saw yours in there. Oh
no,
wow.
No, it was just Vince and it was Vince and my man Nate.
Well, listen, Vince, aka House Party, fantastic head of hair. I just yeah, I think we need to get you in there, mate. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I know your hair looks fabulous, but it's okay to have a laugh at like a bad old hairdo as well. All right.
That has been deleted from the archives. Let's see what else
File
is going
not
on.
found. File not found as we see another good bucket here. A solid performance, it has to be said, from Bahrain. They are picking up where they left off. Stifling defense. And actually, let's give credit where it's due. They've shot a little bit better in this one, as they're probably going for one of their highest score outings of the entire tournament. You're seeing it there. They are executing on the offensive side of the ball a little bit better. And probably closing in on potentially like a 70-point game here.
Yeah, Bahrain, I believe the highest that they've scored so far today is 48 points. So, of course, with a whole quarter left, they will go ahead and pass that. In terms of Qatar, the highest that they've scored is also 48 points. So they've scored 30, 48, and now this is the third matchup where Bahrain has scored 48, 33, and of course they should go ahead and beat that record of their own team record in terms of the day. But just an update in the Africa region, we went ahead and talked about how Ghana, we saw that matchup, they won by 3, but you also had Algeria early on, that Beast Coast Ivory, 77-52. The other matches will update you throughout the day as those games continue on as well.
Quick transition pass and another miss right there, but another offensive board. Phenomenal stuff. Okay, and we're just hearing that we're probably going to be jumping over to Ayoub, our friend who we interviewed, the Moroccan captain there, very shortly. This has been a good outing from Bahrain. They are finishing strong, which is what you want to do. You want a building block that you can build upon for next game day, and that's exactly what they've delivered. And let's go ahead and have a look at what is happening right here.
They're about to do it. Did they just do it?
They're about to drop the hundo. Are you kidding me? Big three.
Oh, what a deep shot.
99.
And they've got plenty
loving
of time too,
the unis, by the way. Absolutely loving the uniforms.
I'm curious. I don't want to say it, but I'm curious to see what happens out of this timeout. But it would be incredible for them to go ahead and achieve this feat and get their first skill booster, I believe, at least in terms of crossing 100 for the Africa region.
This is fantastic stuff right here. So we see a huge dunk from Nigeria. Nigeria may have only managed to score 12 points in this game, but they are winning the uniform game, in my humble opinion, as we see it.
Oh,
we
so
missed.
Close. So close. Yeah, you mean not just 100, that's obviously something that they have a very, very high likelihood of achieving, but also keep in mind, keeping your opponent at 30 points or less. That is looking real pretty for them as well.
You're dead right. You're dead right. They have two of them, as we see a nice little low
This
push.
is it. Oh, he dots it to the left. Oh, and he gets it. That's a skill booster, Chris. It looked scary for a second, but a knockdown 3 from the left side gives them an additional points to go towards their leaderboard.
Mate, that is absolutely massive. I mean, they would have been sitting there. This is what happens when you're sitting there watching the stream unfold. They saw Saudi Arabia get 4 skill boosters, and they're going, hold my Gatorade. I'm coming out here as well. And like you touched upon, they massive 3 right there. They are obviously the reigning champions of Africa, and we spoke to their team captain. They're prepared for this one, but they are likewise going to be getting the hold the opponent to under 30 points. And who knows, mate? Who knows if they can get the triple-double, right? And then the assist-turnover ratio, you would think so. I mean, absolutely. They could be matching the Saudis.
In the chat, you've got Sean 𝐂𝐇𝐄 99-10 is insane. Looks like a wreck score. I would say it looks like me playing him in quick match. The domination is there on both ends of the score. Jumping back in this one, though, we'll see if they're able to make this a bit of a closer game in the fourth quarter. As you get a shot from the right side, that one's not going to go. Gets the rebound. Looking to push it with no shot clock. 9 seconds left in the game clock. Goes up with it against 3 people. That's definitely not going to be it. Sean, I will never leave you alone, pal. I didn't get a chance to show this when it was me and Vince, but Sean and I met in LA. We had like an event, a 2K event. And do you know how tall Sean is? Whenever we come back on camera, I'll show you the picture of me and him that we took in person. It's quite embarrassing. So I don't have a picture of me having a bad haircut, but this one is almost as bad.
Maybe this can be your embarrassing photo then, all right, mate? Fantastic hair, but also just being dwarfed by a massive human being. It happens to the best of us, mate. Never meet your heroes.
Never you, though.
NBA players. You'd be surprised. Yeah. I met some tall basketball players in my time. All right, here we go. It is fourth quarter action. 65 points from Bahrain. Very impressive as far as they're concerned. At 67 right now. We predicted that they might be on track for 70. At this stage, mate, they might hit 90. In fact, could they go on a run here and hit 100? Can I get a bold prediction, India?
I think it'd be a little tough. I'm going to go ahead and play it on the safe side and say I don't see that happening. But, I'm just curious to see what your thoughts are. I know Qatar was a team that you were interested to see play well.
Yeah.
We've gotten a chance to watch them a few games. Any inklings in terms of what do you think went wrong for that team and what they need to work on when they come back next week? Because we're not done with them yet.
No, we're not done with them. It's a great question, first of all. And, yeah, it looks as though like team dynamic and team chemistry have definitely altered. They are not playing, I would say, to the meta, to their capability as we've seen in previous eFIBAs, right? And certainly that is evident here. So, that comes down to a couple of things. Their movement, a little bit off. Okay, and then obviously their execution very much off. So what that comes down to is practice. It comes down to chemistry. As we're hearing, like it sounds as though the standard is 4 hours a day together without a break, which is very demanding, and I think it's fantastic that now like eFIBA is actually going to financially reward the players as well. So that is a classy move and really, really well deserved because you can tell this is like a lot of work going in, a lot of national pride as well. And so that's what Qatar are going to have to do. They're basically just the expression is go back to the drawing board, right? And get back in the gym and hustle and work on it. They've definitely shown that they can perform in previous iterations, right? Yeah. They've just got to get back to those ways.
You mentioned early on about how other teams are watching as we get a nice steal, 3-0 breakaway here. Did they mess it up? No, you didn't. They sure did.
Big
so they're going to get a 3 out of it, though? Yes, you are.
74-31. I'm just saying, 26 points in 2 minutes.
I think maybe they get to like 88, but I don't know if they get to 100. But I wanted to bring back, you said, other teams are watching the stream, and I know they're big fans of 2K in general, but you've got Dirk, who plays for Great Britain. You've got Nick, who is the head coach of the Brazilian Federation team that's playing in eFIBA as well. So you have other folks, whether they're scouting or not, they're kind of keeping an eye on a couple of teams to see how they're playing, how they're going, making sure they're kind of keeping in touch. Yep. And you've also got Sean 𝐂𝐇𝐄. He creates content or something. But it's a fun time out here. Appreciate all the folks for hanging out with us on YouTube, on Twitch, TikTok, and also hanging out with their co-streamers. Matter of fact, I believe a lot of federations have co-streamers, so make sure you follow them on social media if you want to catch those games, as we'll provide you updates.
Yes, absolutely. And look, Sean has a big S on his chest Legend, mate. Look, I think you're dead right. I think that there are going to be plenty of interested onlookers here, shall we say. I definitely feel as though there's always something to be learned from studying the way the other federations and the other players from the national teams are kind of executing. And you know, the whole village learns, right? So impressive stuff here to finish it out as we see another big three. Yeah, your prediction of 88 could be spot on here, mate. 88 club. Here we go as Qatar trying to finish with a bit of a glimpse. This is a really, their best performance of the day probably they saved right here, Bahrain. So to finish on that is good for them. Some teams will already be looking ahead to Sweden, mate. They won't be taking anything for granted, and they'll be preparing for every single game with the intensity of champions. But I can tell you right now that the likes of, as we heard in the Saudi Arabia interview, Turkey will already be looking at the tape for the Saudis. And the Saudis will already be looking at the tape for Turkey and Team USA and Great Britain. It is going to be fireworks when we get to Sweden. And so, yeah, I definitely think they're going to be watching, learning, taking notes. And if we can just get 14 more points here, then I think you have to join me in the snow challenge in Sweden and really put your money where your mouth is, India.
Yeah, look, I lived in New York. The snow and I do not get along, which is why I moved south for a little bit more sunshine. But you're definitely right. Scouting is absolutely going to be a thing because getting to Sweden is nice. Don't get me wrong; it's a great accomplishment. But as we've all seen the 𝐂𝐇𝐄 𝐓, more. You know, you're not done yet. You want to go ahead and get some more wins under your belt. Get the $50,000 prize pool, a piece of that because it is a big pot. So you want to get a piece of that 50,000 euro prize pool. Job's not done. I am curious though, because I think I got a chance to ask you this. Who do you think is going to win it all?
Yeah, you're not about to make me make a bold prediction to bring home everything? Everything?
Everything.
On my first game day? But yeah, go on, give me Turkey.
Taking the long shots. I like it. They definitely have a chance. Don't get me wrong. Matter of fact, we'll watch a couple of those games later on. But who you got though?
Yeah, Turkey, 100%. They're going to be bringing it home. I got the chance to hang out with them. They are a beast of a different nature in the best possible way. Those lads are clutch. Watching and calling it online is one thing. Seeing it at the Olympic Esport Week in Singapore on stage, seeing them perform on the biggest 2K international stage that we've ever had, literally in person, was phenomenal. And cool little story. We were flying Turkish Airlines there and back, okay. And I made sure that the air hosts knew.
Oh, that's awesome.
That the champs were on board on the way there, and I'm pretty sure they got some special treatment on the way back as well.
Yeah, that's awesome.
As this one is gonna end with a big 3 and 95 points. Oh, I got so close, mate.
So close. You were closer than I was. We're gonna go ahead and jump into Egypt and Tunisia as that one just gets underway. About 1:34 left in the first quarter. We've talked about Egypt. I've gotten a chance to watch them from the sidelines as a fan of the tournament, fan of the team themselves.
Yep.
I feel like it's another one of those, dare I say, dark horses where they're within striking distance to be great. They may not have shown it on a consistent level, I believe is what you said early on in the show.
Yeah. Consistency has eluded them, but they've got the skills to pay the bills. And yeah, certainly. However, what we're seeing here is like a slightly resurgent big drive and dunk right there. Tunisia. We are seeing a resurgent Tunisia who just lost to Ghana. So that has been the upset of the tournament right now. And, you know, they are turning the other cheek is the expression right here. They're literally, they're falling over and now they're getting right back up. And it's up to Egypt to try and hand them their second loss of the day. Is this an offensive foul? No, okay.
Yeah, I was going to stay here. What are your thoughts on Great Britain in the tournament?
So look, Hazard the Chinner,
Yeah.
one of the best players in the world, right? You know, they're always in with it. They're always in with a chance. They are. They're streaky though. They are streaky to the tune of 177 points in a game. I mean, what more do you need? Like if you're talking about can run hot, there's the evidence. There's the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah.
That British pudding in it, bro. So yeah, listen. But honestly, yeah, Team Great Britain are a little bit like, take away from Nando's. They can be hot. They can be cold.
It's all about consistency, especially when they've scored 177. For me, it's just the collapse they had against Spain. They had like a 30-point lead, give or take, and they just scored. I think it was 2 points in the fourth quarter, if I remember correctly, and they just completely allowed Spain to come back. So you can't have those type of collapses moving forward. It might be a one-off situation, but if you're trying to be the best, if you want to continue competing at a high level as a federation, you cannot have that type of situation happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, red hot, white hot, right? Against Espanyol, the old rivalry, mate. The Spanish Armada. They couldn't quite get it, But at the same time, I mean, like, credit given where it's due once again, which is to say, like, Espanyol, the Spanish team, are phenomenal. Like, these are the powerhouses. Obviously, the French have to be in there with a shout as well. It's going to be very, very interesting. But yeah, and I'm loving what I'm seeing here, though, as we see that would have been a really nice three to drop in. We are seeing some real hustle here from Egypt, trying to get back into this game. But Tunisia, so far so good, man. I mean, here we are in the second. They've got their 5-point lead. It's low scoring though, right? I mean, this is a low scoring game right here between two teams that have a lot to prove, but know each other well, as we get a nice open look and a huge three from Egypt there. The scoreboard a little bit deceptive to the team colors. So just so you know, ladies and gentlemen at home, if you're watching, Egypt in the red, Tunisia in the white, okay? And a 2-point game just like that. Tunisia, coming straight off a loss to Ghana, an upset, have to turn around mentally and prepare for this game. And they started great, but now, is the fear creeping in? What do you think's going on, India?
Well, I'm watching Egypt because coming into the second quarter, they attempted 3-point shots, 3 3-pointers, could not get a single one to go down. But here in the second quarter, with 2 minutes in, they've knocked down 2 of them. So they're kind of picking up the pace a little bit, already made about the same amount of points as they did in the first quarter. So they're picking up the pace on the offensive side, and Tunisia has not scored a single point here in the second quarter. So Egypt is doing well on the offensive end, and they're doing well on the defensive end, and which is why they've been able to collapse this lead from 14-6 to a 2-point deficit only on their behalf. So same thing, you want to cause those turnovers, take advantage of those extra possessions, those offensive rebounds as well. As you see there from the box score, 6 points for Egypt this quarter, 0 so far for Tunisia.
And we nearly had another steal just as you were talking up the defense. That's a crowded shot, but he drops it in. Ladies and gentlemen at home, that took tremendous skill. He literally had a defender in his back pocket. Phenomenal stuff right there, as they get a steal as well. So here's Tunisia. They get a massive dunk at the other end, and a quick 5 points for Tunisia from incredible skill offensively shooting the ball, and then fantastic defense to pick the pocket and a quick transition bucket. I mean, that was 5 points and another one right here. Are you kidding? Trying to work the open man and take the points in the paint. Tunisia out to a 9-point lead. That was bloody awesome. All right, here we go. Trying to answer our Egypt and Tunisia. Red hot, get the miss, and a very unlucky rebound if you're Tunisia right there, just over the reach as Egypt work it to the corner, miss, get the offensive board, kick it back out. Doesn't want to shoot, hands it back, good pass, open man, money from the corner. That's how you answer if you're Egypt. Tremendous stuff right there. Now full court press. So putting on the pressure Let's see how they respond. So far, so good. Tunisia, as they get a great drive and dunk. I thought that was nearly an and-one as well. Tremendous work. Not wasting any time getting back up the court, Egypt. We got a minute 20 to play here in the second as we get another turnover. So that is 4 really, really good steals right there from Tunisia to turn this around. Unreal stuff right here. No complaints at the quality of this game. This is going to be another tight one. And already I'm thinking ahead. Is that shot going to count? So we go into the line. We are. Nice. Already I'm thinking ahead here as Tunisia have an opportunity to extend the lead to 10 with 2 free throws to the 𝐂𝐋𝐋𝐿 game. Oh, he rims it out right there. Unlucky. And I'm thinking ahead in particular to Egypt, Ghana, and what a matchup that's going to be. But of course, before we get there, we have Egypt in this one missing open shots from the corner. You can't do that at this level, especially when you're down 9 against one of your arch rivals here in the African Conference. A quick timeout. They're going to take their time here, get back on the same page.
So call it Castro's curse if you want, Chris, because as I mentioned how great Egypt was playing and how Tunisia hadn't scored a single point, they said, all right, cool, we'll just put up 10 points right now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So since then, they went until that last bucket. They went on like a 10-3 run of their own. But so far, it has been a solid back-and-forth game with obviously the edge going to Tunisia with about less than a minute left to go in the second.
Wonderful stuff. And here we go. It is a 7-point lead. We're just getting a tiny bit of a buffer. Here we go. Nice cut and a big dunk. How are they making these dunks go down in traffic like this? This is tremendous work.
Gotta love when you have that take to kind of help you out. They just continue to miss shots now in the final moments.
Ooh, really nice ball movement as well. A great offensive board, trying to get the putback. It's a miss. 9 seconds, excuse me, 9-point differential, 9 seconds left now. Getting ahead of myself. Can Egypt have the final say in the first half? Trying to work the open shot. He's got to pull the trigger right now. Get it up there. Is it good? It's not. And Tunisia will say, job half done here. India, mate, pretty impressive stuff and a good bounce back for them.
And I know someone else who you have been impressed with is new from Bahrain, who's going to join us now for an interview. Chris, I know you're a big fan of the offensive rebounds that this man was putting up. Nu, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast, man. It was a pleasure to watch you play. So I'll go ahead and start things off simple. What's it like to represent your country, your federation on such a big stage?
Well, it's a huge honor, representing Bahrain. I would like special shout out to Bahrain Federation for providing us, with everything that we needed. So, it was, it felt great.
Unreal. And we're getting the correct pronunciation there, Bahrain. And apologies, you have to forgive the Australian and the American. Of course. There's more culture in a tub of yogurt than our two countries combined. I'm kidding, of course. But mate, you have been an absolute pleasure to watch. I've been incredibly impressed with your offensive rebound prowess, but also the free throws. How hard is it to hit those free throws? What type of training are you putting in?
Man, I just go to team practice facility and just do my thing, Yes, man. It's just all about practice, man. Step by step. Then free throws, are crucial, especially in tough, when games get neck to neck. And you definitely need those practices if you want to be, consistent. So, yeah, that's for me. And for the boards, hey, I just gotta say, I'm a big dog, so.
Big dogs gotta eat, man. That's what we love. And my last question is really kind of like, what type of preparation are you and the team putting into the tournament? Because I think the viewers are really enjoying hearing all of those stories.
Appreciate you, man. No, it's like I said, we take things step by step. Unfortunate losses against Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, but the skill points really is going to matter, especially against Qatar and Lebanon. We got some skill boots left and right, and hopefully we can do well next month against Lebanon and bounce back.
Of course, for you talked about how Saudi Arabia is a rival. Unfortunately, y'all lost to them. How are you feeling after that loss? And more importantly, what do you plan on doing to bounce back the next time you play them?
Just gotta switch the squad a little bit. Just switch the lineups. Not the squad necessarily, just the lineups. Little tweaks there. At the end of the day, the rivals, Middle Easterns. We're brothers. So at the end of the day, it's a competitive rivalry. Nothing personal. But hey, next month, hopefully we can make some adjustments going forward and step by step beat Lebanon and Saudi Arabia, for sure.
Awesome. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. Look forward to see you dominate, big dog, as you said yourself. You have a lovely day, pal.
Hey, thank you.
Absolutely. Good luck to you. It's great to always talk to the players to kind of get their insights on what it's like. Oh my goodness, we've got a 2-point game.
What? Okay. Awesome interview. And while we were sleeping, Egypt have clawed their way back on a great run right here. Can I just say, though, shout out to the production team. Shout out to all the interviewees so far today. It has been a real pleasure. I've loved every single interview. You know what we're showcasing, mate? We're showcasing fantastic 2K, national pride, but also some really awesome human beings, mate. Some really great personalities that maybe haven't been in the spotlight before. I could listen to all of them all day.
We might need to have a post-game interview where we just kind of talk to them, chop it up. Media day will be fun. I was about to say, we need media day. We need a round table. We need fly-on-the-wall documentary, office style, in Sweden. This needs to happen. Production, if you're listening, give me the camcorder. I'll get it done. That would be a lot of fun. I'm sure they'll have something planned, especially with such a big event. And so would love to see, the box score only tells you a part of the story. You got to kind of keep an eye on the eye test itself as well. As Egypt, they have a chance to go ahead and take the lead or go ahead and tie it up at the very least. And we're tied up at 28 apiece with about 2 minutes left to go in the third quarter as Egypt they kind of went on a run in the first quarter, but then they kind of came back in the second. That's where they truly had a little bit of a difference here.
That literally was a concentration bucket right there. I mean, Egypt were so pumped that they finally drew it even again as they go and take the lead with a clutch fadeaway three.
Three would have been beautiful. But they've got the lead here.
Yep. Great stuff. And, look at them come back in this one. And now, look, the pressure is all on Tunisia. They drop the game to Ghana. You lose 2 here. It's trouble as we see another big dunk at the other end.
Yeah, especially where you've got. We'll talk about the Africa scores and results, but we do want to showcase real quick before we get into the fourth and it gets spicy. We're going to show you the Middle East region group standings, which then we will convert to leaderboards and provide you the insight. So this is the standings. Saudi Arabia, Lebanon played in round 3 to see who was going to come out on top and take the #1 spot. It is Saudi Arabia with 14 points, Lebanon with 13, Bahrain with 11, and Qatar with 9. You can see the point differentials there as well. Saudi Arabia, the only team, of course, that is still undefeated. And here's what the leaderboards look like. This, now keep in mind, is without the extra credit that I love so much and that Chris loves as well. Standings you can see right there, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll add the skill boosters here in a second, and we will see if it makes a difference. Let's go ahead and add the skill boosters. Do we have anything that separates all 4 of these teams? Oh, would you look at that? It is Lebanon that has 5 skill boosters, which means they had a 1-point deficit, but the 2 additional skill boosters puts Lebanon in first place in the Middle East. Tell me this is not an epic showdown in the Middle East happening right now, Chris.
This is huge, mate. This is exactly what Lebanon predicted, okay? They didn't get the win in the game against Saudi Arabia, but they took care of business when it came to the skill boost, and they've created a massive upset on the leaderboard. And this is why I absolutely love this new tournament format. This is so cool. Shout out to Lebanon. Look, Saudi Arabia, they won all their games, but they didn't quite take care of business, This is absolutely huge.
I am so surprised that one of the skill boosters, I think it might have been the assist to turnover ratio, possibly. I've got to go back and take a look at which one was missed, but wow. Whoever came up with the skill boosters, first off, give them a raise. Second of all, big props to Lebanon to not being defeated when they lost to Saudi Arabia, but continuing to push forward. I'm sure they captured the skill boosters well before then, but you got to feel good if you're Lebanon. I know YL, my man, feels good as well. Being in first place after week 1, just incredible.
You got to feel fantastic, and full credit to them. It is not just winning your in tournament. There are other considerations, and they took full advantage, and that is what it is all about. It is a thinking man's game, as they say, a thinking person's game. Phenomenal stuff to see. And as you said there, whoever came up with the concept of skill boosters, all right, I think we need some more merch. I would like to see like a t-shirt or hoodie that says skill boosterer, skill boosterer, all right, and like a big thumbs up, because yeah, count me in, skill boosterer. Really, really cool. And in this game right here, as we've got the 4th and final quarter, well, you know, because I have heard that there are some games that have 5 quarters. This is phenomenal stuff, as Egypt have managed to hold on to this 2-point lead. The pressure is on Tunisia, who, remember, if you're just tuning in, Ghana came through and beat Tunisia, and that shocked us all, and it was a fantastic clutch win from them, and Tunisia just couldn't get over the hump in the end, even though they upped their game and closed the gap. And in this one, they had Egypt at arm's length, but couldn't hold them back, as the Egyptian team have really pulled it out here, and all of a sudden find themselves with a very narrow lead, albeit narrow, but a lead in the 4th quarter.
And you know, Egypt has 4 games today. They have already gotten the dub in 2 of them. This is, of course, their 3rd game against Tunisia, and you're going to have them play Ghana, the team that Tunisia could not beat. That's going to be the round 4 matchup that we'll kind of get to showcase, or at least provide you some insights from, as you've got Egypt with a 4-point lead as they go ahead and big up a 3, which gets the lead down to 1.
Absolutely dead right, mate. And look, we wanted to involve the fans, the viewers, more and more in eFIBA Season 2. We've got the dynamic format where we're jumping around from game to game, and the viewers get to vote. So we see an off-balance shot, poor shot selection there from Egypt, and an opportunity. You know why I love a 1-point lead, mate? Because anything can happen. That's why. My favorite type of lead in a game. And as we see a miss down the other end, and now Egypt in the red jerseys, going to set it up here and see what they can do. 3.5 minutes to play in this one. India, mate, this has not failed to deliver. And so far, the tighter games, we see a huge three-pointer. What a shot. The tighter games have come out of this African conference. I'm loving it, mate.
And at the beginning of the show, we talked about how many teams are in the regions of Europe and Africa. And when you have so many teams, especially at the skill level that they play at, you're bound to run into these types of matchups. You're bound to run into these moments where it's those crucial last-second stops, last-second great IQ passes, knockdown shots of timing the meter, as that one was almost blocked, but nonetheless can't get it to drop, as Egypt is looking to expand. Right corner was open for a whole 1.5 minutes. Has the slip there as well, and somebody called timeout.
Yeah, no, that was a heads-up play.
Egypt called timeout.
Yeah, it was because his momentum was carrying him out of bounds, and he was also borderline on the offensive 3 seconds. That is actually a big brain, big moment play as well. You don't want a turnover at this stage. You know, it really is that tight. Every possession matters here, as he was flirting with the sideline right there and trying to work his way in. Up.
Oh, what a dirty move to get open. Can't get that one to go, but to get the offensive rebound, 3-point shot instead doesn't go. Back-to-back rebounds on the offensive side for Egypt. Another one. Can't get it to go. No 4th rebound. As now it's Tunisia's chance to get something to happen. Oh, and they get a steal on the other end.
Huge steal right there. Massive turnover. The big man working so hard on the glass there, mate, to get those offensive boards, as we see a 3 and another miss, and another opportunity here for Tunisia. Coming in to 2 minutes left in this one, the Tunisians had the lead, had the victory in their hands, and have fumbled it trying to get back here. Egypt just trying to hold them at bay as we get yet another steal. It's end-to-end stuff, a good look, and a big 3-pointer. That's a dagger right there from Egypt.
Before that shot dropped, you had 5 missed opportunities from Egypt at the 3-point line. They finally converted on the 6th one. However, on the defensive end, they did get 2 turnovers that Tunisia just unfortunately was not able to take care of the ball.
Got to take those 2 points if they're on offer like that. The quick cut to the bucket right there. It is not over in this one. Really sweaty palms right here, mate. You know, the controller feels so heavy. and you just got to be switched on.
Yeah, you start to second guess of like, hey, if it was the first quarter, I would have made this pass. However, now it's the fourth quarter. 1:30 left. I need a dub. I lost the last game. You start to second guess and triple guess your decisions on the passing, the shooting, the dribbling, the combos. So many things go into a player's headspace as they're going to chuck that one up. They had about a few seconds. Another rebound secured. 2 for $1. Cashes in that one.
Incredible. They are showing that they have the hearts of champions here, Egypt, because that takes so much concentration to get the rebound, the communication, another steal here, and then to execute that shot as they did right there. Time is his friend as he drops in a quick bucket. It was buffering for me, so I missed it, mate, but it's a 10-point lead here for Egypt, and they're not done. Look at him go with the full court press, India. This is absolutely brilliant stuff. Tunisia trying to claw it back, challenging everything here, Egypt. They have well and truly earned this victory, and Tunisia staring at 2 back-to-back losses right here. This is huge.
Yeah, especially when you had the lead. Yeah, it was early in the second quarter, but I believe they also had a decent amount of lead in the third as well. Just unfortunate because the turnovers in the final 2 minutes or so, absolutely detrimental because they got the stops. They went ahead and made sure that Egypt missed at the three-point line. But on the flip side that I'm looking at it, the turnover battle was equal. It's almost 1-to-1 in terms of the whole game as that shot from the right corner is not going to drop. But it was those 3-4 turnovers in the final 2 minutes that just really cost Tunisia the game as Egypt knocks down another shot to just make this one not look as close as it truly was.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a 2-point game like a minute ago, right? That's what it feels like, mate. And they are just showing their world-class ability right here, Egypt. They are making it look a little bit easy as we finish this one. A nice bucket again there. But yeah, I'm massively impressed with Egypt here. I don't think Tunisia should feel too bad at all. They have come out fighting in this one. They'll just have to go back. Again, these are coachable, teachable moments and say, like, the tail of the tape doesn't lie, does it? How did we lose this one? Let's just focus on what we can do in our next match and also in our next game day.
And it's going to be Egypt that's going to go ahead and take the dub there. They've already seen success in this group. They go ahead and cash in on another dub. Tunisia will have a chance to go ahead and play their 4th round game to see if they can go ahead and bounce back with a victory here. Chris, we did get a chance to go ahead and see Africa play a couple of games in terms of their region. Anyone impress you? Was it Egypt, the game that we just saw, or is there another federation that comes to mind?
Yeah, look, Ghana so far, because that was a massive upset against Tunisia, and it was the way they won as well. We've seen Tunisia are incredibly capable. I spoke about their pedigree coming into the tournament as well. Like, I've watched them play. I know they're good. So, but what we were hoping for, and I was saying to you from a narrative perspective, from the storyline perspective, is we're hoping for one of these new African teams to emerge and show that they deserve to be on the world stage and maybe try to book themselves a flight there to Sweden. And so far, so good. Ghana have shown us that they may very well be that new team out of Africa. Can't wait to see it. They've definitely impressed me the most. I think as well, just a polished, world-class finish from Egypt there.
Yeah, no question about it. And we're talking about the Africa region, but I still cannot get over the fact that we just saw Lebanon creep into first place. Because, I've been watching the stream. I've been watching Vince and Nate, and obviously Vince and I called the past game, but just incredible to see a skill booster just kind of go ahead and go from second to first place. It's just incredible to kind of see that happen.
It's fantastic. The tournament format is great. And of course, like, the Lebanon team, they'll be feeling it, man. They're going to love that. And the Saudis will be kind of going, okay, we're going to pay a little more attention now to the skill boosters. Yeah. Because we actually came out of that first Saudi match thinking that they had achieved all 4. But obviously, I guess assist to turnovers was where they fell short.
That's the biggest one that was kind of like, hey, we got to do the math,
So really, really impressive stuff. And let's not forget as well, just quietly in there, Morocco dropping over 100 points, getting it done. They are the reigning champions of Africa. They are definitely the team to beat, obviously. But let's see what skill boosters play, what role skill boosters play as well. It's going to be very interesting.
And this is why you and I say unofficial, because you and I can just kind of see what's happening, make a little bit of prediction, but it's our awesome operations TO team that makes the final call. So there's a little asterisk in there that we say unofficial, but go ahead.
And very important that they don't trust us with the math. Agreed. There we go. Yeah, very important. Yeah.
No question. But one thing you can trust me with is when we talk about takeovers, I want to talk about one specifically that is the shooting takeover, also known as the sharp takeover, which we've seen time and time over and over again have such a big impact, not just in 2K in previous years, not just 2K this year, but also in this tournament as well. You have the takeover, which gives you a boost in terms of attributes, especially when it comes to shooting. Matter of fact, I've got some clips that I want to showcase just how impactful it can be. So we'll take a look at that right now. And so you can go ahead and see that right here. It was Team USA. The reason that they were able to put up 180 points is because they had the perk called Sponge, which means your boost goes up, your takeover goes up, and they activate this sharp take, the shooting takeover, which unlike previous years, when you make your build, you got a chance to say, hey, I want sharp take as number 1. My takeover number 2 will be this. But in this year's game, once you get takeover, you get to decide if you want to take the shooting takeover, if you want to get a slashing take, a playmaking take. You get to decide. A majority of the times, you can see every single one of these clips with beautiful moves coming from Dominican Republic. Anytime they have shooting badge, anytime they have that sharp take, it gives you such a big boost that you're able to have an impact. Not just because you can knock down shots. That's one thing that's a part of it, Chris, but it's also the fact that defenses, as you saw right there, the left corner defender will come up and pinch a little bit because he knows that you've got badge. You're ready to knock it down. So that defender is going to come and you're kind of a decoy. You're going to bait that defender. And then the point guard knows you're worried about this guy. I'm dotting that left corner, man, because I trust my teammate to go ahead and knock it down as well. So there's so much IQ that goes into the, 2K itself. And it's teams that prep, the teams that execute, and the teams that know where the tendencies are that really come out on top. So that's why I think one of my favorite badges, one of my favorite takeovers, is the shooting takeover, the sharp take. It's amazing to watch. On the flip side,
great.
If you have a shooting takeover and you're wide open and your team needs you to make that shot, and if you miss, the chat will let you know that you AKA sold. It's just not a good look. It's just not a good look.
Yep. And the commentators will have a lot of sympathy for you, but chat may be brutal, and we have to deal with that. I completely appreciate what you're saying. I love the fact as well that I just think it's incredibly rewarding takeover for the skills that it takes to actually activate as well and get there on this big stage. It's great. And yeah, you're dead right. It impacts defensive schemes and defensive gameplay and mindset, and that's where you have to be disciplined. And what we're seeing is the best teams they can absolutely take over and drop in over 100 points, but also play phenomenal, structured, disciplined defense time and time again. A lot like real world teams, mate, and that's what it takes to be the greats. It's that simple. Great explanation, mate. I love it. I hope the viewers are appreciating it.
And we'll drop more of those nuggets throughout the season. But what was interesting is Team USA, as we get ready for the next games, Team USA, they had obviously dropped 180. We've congratulated them plenty of times. But they had their social media team, shout out to Harris and the team, they dropped like a montage of every single three-point shot that went down in that 180 remarkable record. And so many of them were with the shooting take activated. It was just amazing to see the impact that it can have on the offensive side, and like you said, the schemes that it can go ahead and brew up as well. But I gotta ask you this, as we still wait for games to go through, are you, as a point guard, right, your team needs a bucket to get the win, are you looking to activate yourself shooting takeover, or are you looking for more of like a playmaking style is what you would prefer to dish it out to you?
No, I think shooting. I definitely do believe that, you are the quarterback of the team. And certainly, when we've come to previous iterations and previous champions, we've certainly seen a few different ways to win, without a doubt. But for my money anyway, first and foremost, that point guard activating, the ring just becomes as wide as the ocean. You can pour in those points. It takes a lot of discipline, a lot of skill, but one of my favorite things to watch, definitely. And that's what I'm rooting for if it's my national team playing as well.
See, this is why you have that I am 6'5" energy, where my 5'7" self is like, I'm dishing it out. You think I'm taking the shot? No, I'm going to say I'm selfless, but really I'm just scared to take that shot. Playmaking, give my teammate the boost to go ahead and knock down that shot so that he can go ahead and get the glory. You know what I mean? I want to make sure I let someone else shine.
Yeah. Look, before Mamba mentality, all right, you know, there was Larry Bird, all right? And Larry,
yeah, a little Magic Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, and absolutely, and you got to put that on your shoulders, and I love to see that from the point guard without a doubt. So I bet, look, there's many different ways to win, but for me, I just love seeing that, and we've seen a couple of we've seen a couple of 60 burgers, haven't we? So from individual players, that's freaking phenomenal. Want to see that again as well. But that's a great question as well that we can maybe put to some of our future interviewees, mate, because I think they'll tell you whatever tactic is going to get the win. Some teams have the ability as well, as we see with Saudi Arabia, to go to option A, B, C, D, E. Like they really can. They can. Any one of their starting five could pour in 30 points like that. So can't wait to see it, mate.
Yeah, no question about it. You know, I'm sure a lot of folks would say, yeah, I would take that shot myself. Maybe my mentality is not going to win your championship. Maybe that's why Chris Paul doesn't have a ring yet. I don't know. Sorry, Chris, if you ever somehow watch this, as Steph Curry does. But what's coming up is you've got Senegal taking on Ivory Coast. We will go ahead and showcase that game to you. We're just waiting for them to go ahead and load in. Do you have any insights on either of these teams, or are we both going to be looking for the hidden gems as we go ahead and head to tip-off right now?
So I know Senegal was who you were looking for here, mate, which is interesting as we join, and it's 4-4 already. Ivory Coast have a lot of experience when it comes to the actual tournaments, so they have participated before. However, consistency has eluded them, which really comes down to, you know, training regime and preparation in between the tournaments. As we're seeing with all the interviewees, with the winners from tonight, that plays a massive role in success. So let's see, you know, can they turn around here? They already took a 20-point L a little bit earlier. Let's see what they can do against Senegal, who I know you're dying to see perform.
Oh, absolutely. You know, there's so many unknowns, and we want to see who can go ahead and step up when their nation, their federation needs them the most. Quick little 4-4 battle. Thankfully, you know, typically, Chris, when we tune into these games, it ends up being like 9-0 in like the first 2 minutes. And it's like, okay, well, we kind of know who the better team is. But here it's kind of an even matchup thus far. And we will have the last game of the day, which will start in about, call it 10 minutes or so, which will be Ghana taking on Egypt. Egypt just had such a great dominating win, especially in that second half, that fourth quarter performance that we all saw. And then Ghana, who you mentioned, had an upset over Tunisia. So a lot of great games to come, including this one and the next one with Ghana taking on Egypt.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really interesting as well. Ghana-Egypt may be one of the most explosive matches that we see here today, mate, simply because Ghana just knocked off Tunisia. Tunisia nearly knocked off Egypt, but Egypt really let their true colors and their professionalism shine towards the end of that one. They finished so strong. But Ghana finished really strong to hold off Tunisia as well. So, honestly, mate, it could be an unstoppable force meeting, an immovable object, or as I like to call it, Christmas at our household.
And Christmas is coming early, right before Halloween. By the way, you're a big Halloween fan? I'm not sure. I used to be, because I'd love to get, you know, all the free candy. But now everyone's like, oh, you got to dress up to come to the parties. And it's like, can I dress up as a broadcaster? Can I do that? Can I be Vince Chang and just put on a vest and a tie?
Well, I think you can, absolutely.
Right?
But again, you might need a few lifts in the shoes, though, mate. Just kidding, just kidding. Look, Halloween, actually, in my neck of the woods, actually, there's a few people who are a fan of that because it actually translates to hello wine. So a lot of wine aficionados in Europe, and they love it. Halloween, yes, I'm a big nerd. I do enjoy dressing up. And I believe this year, now that I have a toddler who is slightly, shall we say, you know, he's still got a little bit of baby fat, right? He's nice and round, and he's got a nice head of hair on him. He looks a lot like a little hobbit. So I thought to myself, why not make him dress as a hobbit and I'll be Gandalf? Boom. Greatest Halloween costume of all time.
I love it. Cannot wait to see it. Definitely want to see pictures. We'll spend Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving, with y'all in Sweden, so that'll be a lot of fun. We talked about leads that typically happen in the first quarter, and you've got one right now, 13-6, I believe, is what I see here. With
That's
about less
correct,
than
and
a
it's
minute left to go.
Ivory Coast wearing those really cool unis as well,
Yeah.
with the, again, the colors of their flag right there, which you love to see. Very, very nice. We got a step back three. He missed, and he is activated as well, so that's kind of interesting. That was just, he didn't quite strike a green there, mate. And yeah, a really kind of good game we got going here. Senegal is in the green. If you're just joining, Ivory Coast in the orange, let's call this. We get a beautiful alley-oop dunk right there, flying through the air. A Senegalese dunk for the ages. That was glorious.
And we haven't seen quite a bit of those. I know we talked about alley-oops early on, but we haven't really seen that many of them drop. So it's great to see a couple of them here, as that shot's not going to go. Rebound secure on the defensive side. Look at the defense getting back all the way. No quick fast break opportunities. That's got to be a contested shot. Not quite sure why he took it. Looked like a very early release as well.
Looked like he put the foot
step
out there. So, yeah, he
that's tough.
did. Put foot on the line. And loving, again, if you're just tuning in, if you've been watching all night, you'll hear me say it a couple of times. Love this eFIBA design basketball court, though. I want to play on one in real life. Here's hoping, because we get a nice steal from the inbound. Whose ball is this going to be, though, as it went out again? Very nice. Look at that. Okay, Senegal got the turnover. One thing that we touched upon, the first game can often be the hardest, blowing away the cobwebs, the rust. As we see an attempted alley-oop right there for Senegal. They're going back to the well on the alley-oops, right? And first game can often, also have a little bit of butterflies, yeah? And Ivory Coast defense, we can already see in this one, has improved from the first time we saw them play. As you mentioned, the hustle, as we get, what was this? Percival, misses the free throw.
Well, it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah,
if that
we're
one
seeing
comes back to bite him,
like,
by
fair enough. Yeah, get rid of those early butterflies. It's just a very subtle dunk right there. They're just going to drop it in the hoop and really come back and play a lot more. Again, disciplined, constructive defense here, which is what we're seeing, and that's great. And for Ivory Coast, that's like a step in the right direction. You are on a continent there with Morocco, who can drop 150 points if they have an amazing day. And so you're trying to take on the world, really, and you've just got to get the basics right. And so far, so good.
Yeah, and you've got Senegal with the ball here to see if they can go ahead and get some more points up on the board. That was going to be denied. Goes all the way back with about 2.1 on the shot clock. Let's see what kind of... yikes.
So this is going to be an American football pass right here, and then a quick shot. Got to pull the trigger.
Get it
got
out.
it off.
Oh, and he made it, though.
That was unbelievable. Oh, that's cruel.
Gets the shot to drop, but it does not count. Oh, that's tough.
That was a little bit like middle school right there, mate. Cruel and indifferent. Wasn't necessary.
And another block.
Oh, rejected right there. Okay, enough of the high school jokes, but that, honestly, that was fantastic. Great hustle from Senegal on defense.
We'll see if
you see him reaching in there. I don't think they got the patch notes, mate.
You would think that they were just staying up all night practicing and just waiting for it to drop. It was well known, if you play competitively, you kind of know what to expect. Seeing a couple of dribble moves come out, trying to find the open man. That's all the way to the right side, but the defender is right there on the rotations, and that's not going to go either.
And they are just, look, they're hanging around in this one as they get a good open look right there. They are hanging around in this one. I know it's 15-8, but we've seen a real stagnant scoreboard right here, haven't we? Like both teams hustling on defense, and really the difference is there's been a little bit of execution as we get a nice gliding dunk. I think when those 2 points are on offer like that, easy pickings, you just got to take them.
Yeah, especially if it's a game like this, you want to go ahead and try to build a lead or cut into the deficit depending on what your situation is, as that's going to be another turnover. We've seen quite a few of those thus far. Drops it all the way to the left side, has plenty of space to knock down the shot.
That was pretty. That was really nice. And again, now what you're kind of seeing, this is Ivory Coast's third outing, if I'm not mistaken. So third FIBA tournament, eFIBA tournament. Really, really great to see. And they're coming into their own a little bit in this one. So 20-8, really stifling defense. They're smothering there. They're making good decisions with the ball. And it's really, really good to see.
Gets to a wide open teammate on the right-hand side. I'm not sure where the miscommunication was or where the defensive collapse was, as that right hash was wide spanking open. The right corner didn't even try to pinch from the right side, as you did just go ahead and have a couple of takes activated down low.
Yeah, looking to pull away now as well. So remember I commented a few moments ago, it seems, that it was 15-18, and just like that, Ivory Coast really turning on the Jets right now. And we're seeing, it looks like 𝐂𝐇𝐄 is, again, he's in the cold circle, right, mate?
Yeah, and that's where get the alley-oops, though. I guess it doesn't impact your passing abilities.
It does not. Apparently, as we get a great turnover from the inbound, Senegal fighting back in this one. Dropping it down to gaming. Gotta shoot that. He's at risk of the 3-second offensive violation right there. Here come Ivory Coast, stepping back, taking a look. He's activated, but he misses again. A big offensive board there from Warner. Good stuff from him. Tim's activated, had the ball pulled away from there. I think that's a smart timeout. 53 seconds left here in the first half, 14 seconds on the shot clock. There's George returning. He's been in previous iterations of eFIBA as well. And
that was three of the key.
Looked like, was that
it was a
foul
three
off
of the key.
the ball?
Yeah,
Oh,
no, it was a
three
three
in
of the key. So the defense was just sitting inside the paint, anticipating a cut, trying to guard it. But unfortunately, they were there a little bit too long without visiting the outside. As you get a cut from the left-hand side, nothing there. Drops it all the way back. You mentioned it, Tim, with the badge. He's going to attack the rim. And we talked about bait in terms of making sure if you're playing off ball and you have sharp take, defense will collapse you a little bit more. If you're the ball handler and you have take, they're going to try to press you up a little bit, so you might be able to kind of boost on by and attack the rim a little bit easier.
And that is really just showing their experience, isn't it? And what you're seeing there is like the difference between a team that's been to several tournaments and Senegal making their first outing, and who look pretty solid actually, by the way, Senegal. You know, a little bit rusty, but at the same time, taking on a pretty seasoned opponent in the Ivory Coast, and so far probably the outcome that we would expect. But I've been impressed in particular by the alley-oops we're seeing, mate. They're giving us an entertaining game, that's for sure. They've probably got a couple of the highlight dunks of the tournament so far.
I'm sure the social media team is busy clipping up all their games as they happen with the alley-oops, but that's going to be the half, as it's been a bit of a lopsided affair, but there's still a whole half to go. You've got Ivory that's up 26-10. Senegal just not able to get anything going, especially from the three-point line. They have not had a single three drop in the first half.
That is shot selection ultimately as well. And again, that comes with experience, that comes with training, that comes with tactic, you know, and they'll learn from that. What I love is that is such a glaring statistic that they can basically put that on the bulletin board and go, you know what, we're going to work on it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you know, if well, let's just put it this way: if four of their 10 3-pointers are going in, they're shooting 40%. You know, we got ourselves a game right now, mate.
You can't be worse than zero.
Yeah, this is true. Although, certainly, speaking from experience, when I'm playing, challenge accepted.
Yeah, I know. 16-point lead as we get a deep shot from the right side. Can't get that one to go. Offensive rebound secured. Back over. Trying to create spacing as it's all clobbered up on the left-hand side. A little bit of miscommunication on who's going where on the reset. Alley-oop attempt, and they get it to go, and he times that one perfectly as you get the green animation.
That was actually gorgeous. They really are. It's as though They are making the highlight reel, even if they're going to not necessarily get the win. They are, but I just want to point out, like 14 points is not a massive, insurmountable deficit that they're facing right here. And so they genuinely have like a very real chance still in this one. I don't want to speak as though it's a foregone conclusion, but the Ivory Coast, from just what we're seeing already in this game, you could just see are a little bit more experienced. And you would hope, as we get an offensive, yes, a charge right there. I believe that's our first charge of the day as well, mate. So if you're playing eFIBA bingo, there you go. We're getting there.
Especially on the broadcast. I believe that'll be the first one we've seen. I know it's not something that often happens, but definitely can go ahead and, especially if you go ahead and get, it's a little spin shot. Hello, pass it. Knockdown, 3-shot. Oh, he missed it. That was such a beautiful move and a beautiful pass.
And his teammates just looking over at him really, dude.
Yeah, you messed up a highlight.
We set that up beautifully.
You messed up the clip.
Yeah, right. They went for another alley-oop there as they take a good look 3 right here and another miss. I'm just going to say it. If Senegal actually begin to make their threes, we could have a real game on our hands right here, mate. Their shot selection isn't that bad. Truly, as we get a good rejection right there. Really good block. It's just execution. So they've just got to focus a little bit as we get another good look. There we go! The first 3 is in for Senegal. Is this a crack in the dam? What are we thinking here, India?
I think they've got to show me at least a couple more consistently to drop, because I think it's just about having the confidence, right? As they unfortunately just go ahead and lose the ball there. So we're going the other way. You got to knock down a couple more of them. They just continue with the alley-oops. Why not? I guess maybe they think there's a skill booster attached to it. I'm not sure.
Can there be an alley-oop skill booster, please? Can we introduce it at the final stage as well? Oh my God, that would be incredible. There's someone in the production room just nodding their heads right now, like Jack Nicholson in The Departed.
Well, don't forget, we've got a second set of skill boosters that's going to happen on the second week. So we'll introduce you to those, and maybe it's there, maybe it's not. You got to tune in to find out. As you get a nice cut there. Great defensive rotations, but the collapse. Oh, my goodness. I spoke too soon. So you had great rotations from the corner, but if you go back and clip it, you'll see both the corner defenders dropped on the slip, which means both corners were wide spanking open for the center to go ahead and dish it out to, and that's just an easy decision, because even if he went left instead of right, wide open, no one cares.
Look, it's a really good observation that you made there. As we see a nice shot, good shot selection, good ball movement there from Senegal. Really good observation, and again, that just comes down to trust and faith in your system and your teammate to get there. And obviously, honestly, just a little bit of like eagerness, and that's okay, but it punishes you, unfortunately. Both men dropping to help and really didn't need to. It's okay though. Like, I love the heart, I love the passion. These are all very coachable things as well. So, if you're the Senegal coach, your notepad's getting full, but they're great things because you can go away and fix them.
And it's just a 12-point game. I know we've talked about it before, but if you can just string together a couple of stops, a couple of possessions on the offensive end, they could be right back in this one.
Two
just
big
crowded.
Threes, something like that. You never know.
Look at the spacing. Typically, you'll see 2 corners, 2 hashes, and then you'll work out in the middle. That's a 5-out, or you'll have a pick and roll, however the situation may be. But it's almost guaranteed that on the offensive side, you will have 2 corners and at least 1 hash. Here, look at, they're all kind of mumble jumbled. Like, where is everybody running? The communication just doesn't seem to be there. Oh, and they get blessed with the foul. It's going to go to the line shooting too. Let's see if they can knock this one down as they put it in a zone of 2-3. Knocks down the first one to cut the deficit down to 11.
Unreal banana peel, mate. We're getting there.
Oh, misses the second one.
Still, 11-point lead. It's up to Ivory Coast now just to show, their maturity, their confidence in their system as they work an open shot there. That's what I'm talking about. And that's just been the difference in this one. But I got to tell you, Senegal aren't far off, mate. Like, they are actually close. They're within touching distance in this one. Just if they hit their threes, they might even be able to take this one. But so far, Ivory Coast now turning on the Jets, getting it done end-to-end, slam dunk right there. Slamma jamma, to quote Vince. Really nice stuff.
Yeah, I love whenever he says that. I know he gets me hyped for sure. And, you know, I'm just keeping an eye on the defensive rotations. Every single time that you have Ivory Coast that just goes ahead and tries to get something on the three-point line, Senegal just drops way too much off of those corners continuously, time after time again. Just doesn't seem to have communication amongst their teammates on the defensive side, as that's going to be a nice shot wide open. Can't get it to drop, though, as that's going to be the end of the third quarter.
They worked that brilliantly, and he nearly had that. That would have been incredibly clutch. But of course, you know, easier said than done when you're trying to rush that stroke off and get it to drop just before the quarter ends. Another good rebound. I think one of the unspoken heroes here, certainly one of the big men there for Ivory Coast, has been hungry in the paint. Again, a lack of communication in the corner. Another good offensive board. They've just got to get a little more discipline, as Ivory Coast are now pulling away with this one. Doing enough, it has to be said, to get the win. Senegal, I like what I've seen, though. You and I were speaking about them at the top of the show. The unknown factor. Again, they haven't completely bowled out necessarily, but I've seen enough to be confident that they'll be back and they'll be around in the future.
For sure. And especially, you know, you want to go ahead and build that chemistry. You want to have that consistent roster. We saw the Saudi Arabian team talk about, hey, we play 4 hours a day. We watch film. We know what we're doing against. It's like a regimen. It's like a routine, because you truly are taking it seriously. Not saying Senegal hasn't, but that's going to be a shot. You've got Badge, but the contest was there from the defense, as that's looking to be another tip ball, almost stolen away. I'm interested to see what the turnover ratio is between these two teams.
We're in complete agreement, mate, because ultimately great hustle here from the Ivory Coast. Well, the ball goes in. Wow. Ultimately, what we're going to see is, you know, you have to start somewhere. And that's the saying, and it's true. Like their first tournament, their first outing, the lights are on as we see a wide open three right there. And everything you're seeing here is down to concentration, training, and not a lack of effort at all. And so, therefore, it's fixable, which means you can be right in a game against a pretty good opponent, as we see a good look, a wide open three, missed again. But at least they did make that one three-pointer, mate.
Yeah,
so they got rid of the goose.
You got to capitalize on that, though. You know, you got to take it from this quarter to the next one in terms of when you made it in the second quarter, or excuse me, in the third quarter is when they made it, as it's 42-24, 3 minutes left to go in this one. And, of course, don't forget, after this, you do have another game coming up. It's going to be Ghana and Egypt, which will be the last game of the day that we'll show you on the broadcast.
Oh, have we saved the best till last? So, if you're just tuning in, why are we saying that? Because Ghana, the unknown team, came out of nowhere to get the big win over Tunisia, who were well and truly established in this African conference, right? And then Tunisia bounced back and looked like they were going to get the win against Egypt. So it's open for everybody. But Egypt come back, claw their way from a massive deficit, and end up winning by about 15. Now we've got the two teams who both upset Tunisia going head-to-head. Mate, we don't play favorites. We love calling the games. We love everything we see. We love all the teams, all the competitors. But at the same time, we love a new challenger emerging. Either way, I just want to see a really great game from Ghana. No matter what, I want this to be a contest. Would it be too much to ask maybe to get our first buzzer beater? What do you reckon?
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with that. Put that on the bucket list, you know, put that on the wish list if you'd like. See if Amazon would deliver it, but would not mind. We talked about spacing earlier, and look, again, just not great spacing coming over, as that shot's not going to go either, and you're going to get easy transition buckets. Beautiful dot to the left side, wide open, gets that one to drop as well, as Senegal continuing to struggle, and Ivory Coast continues to pile it on the offensive end. I believe they have team takeover here as well, as every single individual has a takeover activated.
Ooh, they attempted another alley-oop. We have seen a couple of high-flying, tremendous dunks here from Senegal in this game. It won't be enough, though, as, what do we see? Oh, that was defensive 3 seconds.
Going to take a quick shot to see if they can make it a ball game, I would say. But again, minute 32. Not quite enough time.
Not enough time probably to come back in this one. But again, shout out to Senegal. Got to work on the spacing offensively. Got to work on the, I just think the trust, the hustle's there, but the trust and maybe the discipline defensively. And then make your shots, and you're right in there. You're right in there, certainly, to take on the likes of Ivory Coast. Big deep three and an air ball there. Oh,
he got fouled.
Oh, we got 3 free throws. That's really hard to say. And he misses the first one.
Yeah. I remember we talked about earlier in those patch notes where if you go ahead and just touch the shooter just a little bit, you will get called for a foul. I believe that was one of those scenarios right there that we saw the patch take into effect. Missed the first one, knocks down the last. And we're about a minute 24 away from giving Ivory Coast a victory here as they get a nice little cut from the left side, jams that one home.
With authority. You love to see it. Fantastic dunk. So they have given us an entertaining game. That is absolutely for sure. I love the alley-oops from Senegal. I've loved the shooting here down the stretch from the Ivory Coast. And it's always fantastic to see new basketball federations and associations around the world coming together to compete in eFIBA 2. All of these teams trying to book their ticket to the, in real life, the IRL finals in Sweden, end of November, where you and I will be building snowmen. And we are going to have so much fun with the viewers at home watching the best 2K tournament in the world, but also indulging in some on-camera, off-court antics. It's going to be great. Here in this one, Ivory Coast with a great cut right there. Just delivered it on a platter for his teammate, and he gobbles it up.
Yeah, just the final seconds here. You're absolutely right. I mean, Sweden's going to be great. Really excited to just see the matchups because, you know, you even had the Saudi Arabia team say, hey, United States is one of the teams that we want to beat. And I'm telling you, everyone wants to beat the United States. They're the team that has the most 2K League professionals. They're the team that put up 180 points. They're the teams that probably has the biggest point differential if I got to go back and look at it. They are the team to beat at the moment. But we still have a lot of other regions to play. And what it all comes down to is going to be Sweden at the end of November to see who truly is the best of the best in the world. With about 15 seconds left in this one. Takes a shot from the right side. Not going to go. Rebound secured. One final bucket. No shot clock. Alley-oop attempt to Casper. Saved by the offensive teammate.
And they're going to call a timeout. They want the final shot here, Senegal. Oh.
Come on. 0.5. What are we doing?
I don't know. I think he tried to get the timeout a little bit quicker so they could have the final word right here. But was that a timeout or was it a foul?
Nonetheless.
Catch and shoot.
Yay.
Not enough. Congratulations to Ivory Coast there. A pretty thorough win for them right there. It was evident as the lads are dancing right there. It was evident that they were the more polished team in the end, it has to be said. However, a lot of good things that they could be working on there, Senegal, which will make them competitive in the games to come. And of course, we're going to be back here for another game day with all of the same teams.
Yeah, it's the turnovers that we had talked about early on. Now we've got the mat to back it up. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio. Senegal obviously facing the odds against them. In terms of three-point shots, just one. They took 13 of them. They unfortunately only knocked down one. And on the other side, you had the other team in terms of Ivory Coast knocking down 8 of their 18. So that just doesn't help you whatsoever. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio in terms of how many field goals were made. So just a lot of things were going against them, especially I think it was that second quarter where they might have been a little defeated as it was Ivory Coast that outscored them 13-2. And at that point, you're trying to struggle your way through the struggle bus.
So close. They were within touching distance and just couldn't quite get there. As we tune in here, and as predicted and expected, 2 happy commentators right here, right there, because we've got potentially the tightest game of the entire night. We say the best till last. Egypt and Ghana, and it's just a 5-point game. It's Egypt banging a 3-pointer right as our feed goes.
And we've seen Ghana play against Tunisia, and they went ahead and won. We saw Egypt play against Tunisia, and they went ahead and won in the final moments of that fourth quarter as well. So coming in to take a look at this one, both teams are struggling from the 3-point line. We'll see who's able to kind of pick things up. Right now, though, you have Egypt that's outscoring Ghana 8-2. to start off the third quarter. So look for Ghana to kind of pick things back up and maybe cut into the deficit, if not take the lead going into the fourth quarter.
Great game we've joined here, and just fantastic second half of action. Yeah, look, the reminder is Ghana, newcomers, great cut, nice one-handed dunk right there, just making it look effortless, gliding to the hoop. Ghana have come in and beaten Tunisia. Okay, Tunisia have turned around and nearly beaten Egypt, who then just ended up actually thrashing them towards the end of that one. So you've got two teams who are feeling themselves right now and really playing just high-quality 2K. And we promise fireworks, and it's a one-point game. India,
There's
my
no
favorite
better
kind
way.
of lead. There's my favorite kind of lead, mate. A one-point lead, because anything can happen.
Oh!
Back to back. The cameraman, backwards and forwards. You love it, mate.
Couple of turnovers there. Looked like they had the ball, but they gave it right back. Defense is there. Oh, wide open right hash for a moment. Gets it to him a little bit late. Doesn't take the shot. Finds an opening. Finally takes a shot. Not able to knock it down. Left corner open. Beautiful foul. Now that is a great foul because you have that left corner wide, spanking, open. They're going to have to go ahead and play half-court offense here. Gets you right back out.
And so the maturity and the heads-up play right there from the Ghanese defender. Mate, it is great to see, isn't it?
Where are you going? Get the rebound. Oh, he saves the rebound. That's the right side. Shot. Oh, he can't get it to go.
That was nearly perfect, mate.
Oh,
they nearly
man.
literally had the postcard moment there. Oh, great effort, though. Really great hustle. You can see what it means to these players. They're leaving it all out on the court. You love to see it. And here we go. I like Morant. It is Egypt in the red. Ghana in the white jerseys. Resetting the offense. Woo. They are slinging it out there. Wide open. Big shot. Missed another massive offensive. What a dunk.
What a dunk indeed. An outlet pass. Oh, it's up. There you go. You jump on the fella. You touch him. Boop. That's going to be a blocking foul. And, of course, in the bonus. So they're going to go ahead and take a couple of shots. Misses the first one very early. The second one dropped, however. And we are tied up at 34 apiece with about 36 seconds left in the third quarter. A lot of threes in there. Only one team can come out on top. Almost had a backcourt violation with the dribble move. Tries to attack the paint. Nothing there. It's going to have to walk it back. Reset it with the pick on the left side. Gets it down for the pick and roll action.
Gorgeous, mate. So well executed. Such a tight space as well, but they worked it in there, didn't they? That was absolutely phenomenal. I like Morant's, mate, toting the rock. He has been absolutely phenomenal. So much ball control. Great effort. That looked like a travel to me with the giant Sonic the Hedgehog hairdo. Slips Muhammad Yunus. Really good to see as we get a good look into a foul.
He stepped out, I believe, yeah.
Excuse me. All right, end of the quarter. Wow.
There you go, end of the quarter there. Coming up with fourth. Tied up at 36 apiece. One more quarter in tonight's matchups. As Morant dots over to the right side. That's going to be a contested shot. Not going to go. Defensive rebound secured. Has a man wide open in the right corner. Dots it up. Laces it up. Can't get it to go, though. How many times have we seen great execution, but they can't time the shot?
Yeah, mate. And look, easier said than done, right? We're not throwing shade at all. We understand how difficult it is. But also, these last-minute hands towards the shooter, just making it ever so slightly. As we see a great rejection right there. What a block. I thought that was a bucket. Oh, my word. Great work. Look at I like Morant on the ball. Are you impressed with this, India? I mean, he's just so calm. Look at him.
I'm impressed with that pump fake there. Gets the defender in the air, then takes the easy scoop-de-doop to get it to drop. And now had a little space. See, it hesitated for a split second, but the rebound secured by the offensive side. Bit of a lag on my end, but that shot from the top. He's going to get that one to drop.
And with that, they've got the lead. It's a 1-point lead here. I like Morant. He seems to have ice-cold water in the veins, mate. Really, really good ball distribution there, but great rotation, it has to be said, from Egypt. These two teams are giving it their all. Oh, that was a good look. The big man just couldn't get it to drop. Quick
Yeah, you see
shot
that?
down the other end. It's good.
Wow.
Back-to-back threes here for
I thought the
Egypt as
contest-
they pull away.
I thought the contest was going to be a little bit too much, and that one wasn't going to go. Had a man open on the left-hand side as well, but nonetheless, Morant looking to respond back with a three of their own. Has a little bit of space, not enough to go ahead and take a comfortable shot. Looking to get some dribble move combos going. Dots it over to the right side. Nothing there. Got it a little bit late. 5 seconds left to go. Left hash being baited. Gets it to him anyway. Shot by Morant. Missed it. 2 for $1 of a rebound, though, and that's going to be a foul. We're outside of 2 minutes, so not in the bonus just yet. As Egypt's got themselves a 4-point lead.
Really patient ball movement there, wasn't it, mate? They waited until the last minute till Morant was in the open. But I just love this, man. This is two hot teams playing each other here. And because they're both playing so well, they're really giving each other their best possible game. It has to be said, like, Egypt are giving it their all out here just to stop Ghana in their tracks. You love to see it.
And of course, everything else is shaking out in their groups just yet. We've got to do a lot of math. So it'll be interesting to see how meaningful this game truly is when it comes to group standings as he knocks down the easy bucket. Look at a 2-point possession.
I am so impressed with that execution. I mean, really, they were bumping bodies down there in the paint. He had to be perfect. He was. He cuts the lead to 2 as we've got an activated wide open man. And that is 3 threes in a row here for Egypt. So they are going to the well, but satisfied each time right now as we see a scrappy ball and a heads-up timeout right there.
Yeah, got to go make sure you don't have any crucial mistakes that'll cost you anything, especially with the lead being 5. Let's see what they come up with off the inbound.
This is what we asked for, India. We're not being disappointed, mate. This is fantastic. It's
Look at the
nerve-wracking,
cut.
though, isn't it?
Oh my goodness, and that one gets swatted away. Nerve-wracking indeed. Fast break opportunity the other end. And that's a 4-point swing. Ghana needed that basket, gets blocked away. And Egypt capitalizes with an easy 2 on the other end. As now you see they're running a little bit of a pick and roll action. Corner defender comes to guard him. Not a lot of spacing to work with here. Morant, fadeaway shot from the right side, doesn't go. Defensive rebound secured.
And another quick transition bucket at the other end, and just like that, when you're going up against a world-class opponent like Egypt, this is what they do, mate. They can pull away that easily. I'm actually loving the shot selection. I'm loving the offense, everything that Ghana's doing. Egypt are just that little bit better. India, mate, they have not failed to deliver in this, the final game of the stream. It's been brilliant.
Not at all, and we've still got about 1:30 left to go where anything can happen, so it is not over in the slightest sense as that 3-point shot gets it to drop in just like that. We're back to a 6-point ball game. About 80 seconds left in the 4th quarter between Egypt and Ghana. Both of these teams looking to make a difference as that deep shot from the left side doesn't go. Here's Ghana with a chance to close it in a little bit more. Down by 6. Looking to make it 3. 3 they will not as that one misses, and it's going to be a rebound secured by Egypt and an easy basket the other way. That's a 5-point swing.
They needed it, mate. They went to it. He didn't have it. It's unlucky. It's unfortunate. He had to pull the trigger on that. He is the hot man right now, as you can see. He's activated as he turns around and takes that. It was a good look again, but just can't quite get it to drop. And at the other end, we're not quite out of it yet. It all comes down probably to this possession right here, mate. What are we going to see? A big block.
Right corner.
Has to kick it out.
Oh, that is tough.
That is tough, mate. That might be it. That might be the final chance. Obviously, that's it right there. They had it, mate. But this is the positive that Ghana can take away. Egypt can hold their head high, knowing that they finished strong, did what was required of them, as we get the final shot from the corner of the game right there. Gorgeous stuff. But look at that box score right there. Egypt rose to the challenge right there in the final quarter. Ghana, not quite there yet, but I got to tell you, I'm very excited about what we saw and what they put out there for the world to see today.
Yeah, just not enough firepower in the guard play. Well, my hair's crazy with how crazy that game was. I didn't realize this. I looked myself on camera.
Mate, it looks fabulous, okay? I mean,
that's how crazy the game was, you know? Anyway.
It was great, mate.
You've got Egypt that, you know, it was kind of toe-to-toe. You never know who's going to take over, but it was that fourth quarter. It's always that one quarter that separates a lot of teams. And it was 18-7 in that fourth quarter that really gave Egypt the edge on that one. And, of course, both teams struggled from the three-point line. The guards, even for Egypt, 1 for 9. Point guard Morant, 1 for 6. So just not a lot going on the offensive side. But ultimately, it was that fourth quarter for Egypt, 18-7, that gave them that edge.
And yeah, look, they just managed to string together those 3 3-pointers in a row. And as I said, when we were live, calling it live right there, I was very impressed and was liking the shot selection and the play design. Yeah. And Ghana, they didn't panic at all. It just came down to a tiny bit of execution. But let's not take anything away from Egypt's really hustling on defense right there, making it as hard as possible for the newcomers Ghana to steal another upset. But take nothing away from the Ghanese national team. They came in, they shocked everybody by beating Tunisia. Egypt got it done as well against Tunisia. And then Egypt turns around on our final game of the stream tonight and actually goes ahead and beats Ghana. It's been a really entertaining pool right there, though. And three of those really solid teams, as we're seeing from the African continent in the one pool. It's a little bit unfair, but somebody's got to go home.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all, especially because we saw Morant get open. Beautiful dribble moves, beautiful combos. Just couldn't knock down the shots, but sometimes it's tough, especially with this day one. You might have not gotten enough reps, but I fully expect them to kind of pick things up as we move along. Yep. Chris, we've seen a lot of games today. I want to I know it's been a minute, but I want to go back to the Middle East for the folks that might just be joining us and didn't get a chance to watch those games. What kind of impressed you the most? Whether it's something that surprised you, you were expecting it, what kind of impressed you the most from that region?
Okay, I mean, Lebanon, as we saw, actually taking the group at the moment with the skill boost, okay? So the introduction of the skill boost and really just working to perfection, exactly as intended by the tournament organizers. Love to see that. So Lebanon, top of the table. They have to be the biggest surprise and very impressive. That said, though, thinking ahead to Sweden, it has to be said that the Saudi Arabia team, the Kingdom, KSA, mate, they are playing world-class 2K right now. You can tell. We asked him in the interview, how have you been prepping for this? 4 hours every single day. The whole unit together working. And that's not counting necessarily the prep hours or the analysis that, you know, that the strat team are going to be working on behind the scenes. It's really, it's coming to fruition. It's paying dividends 100% from what we're seeing in the way that they execute offensively and defensively. It feels as though all 5 of their players are an MVP. It's just ridiculous to watch. And so we asked them in the interview, didn't we, mate? We said, are you looking forward to playing in Sweden? And they without hesitation, they named the biggest teams in the world, man. I mean, they want to take on Turkey. They want to take on USA. And it looks like they're going to be getting there one way or another, you know, because they're pretty hard to beat. So that for me was massively impressive to see the preparation. But Lebanon now have another few weeks to go away and prepare even more and try to stay at the top of the table. Yeah. So it has to be said that, like, we could be looking at some new kings of the Middle East right there. Very, very impressive. So yeah, Middle East, if you missed it earlier, guys, you missed some absolute crackerjack games. It was pretty impressive, but we got more to come.
Yeah, no question about it, especially if we can see Qatar or Bahrain go ahead and come back in the week number 2 to maybe go ahead and sneak in to that second spot, because we'll play a lot more games in the second week and we'll continue to see how the leaderboards turn out. Now let's go ahead and shift our focus in terms to Africa as the region. I know we have 3 groups. We won't dissect them individually, but same story in the sense of who kind of stood out. I know we talked about Egypt. I know we talked about Ghana. Are those still your standout stories, your headliners, or is there another team that you were a fan of?
Ghana just like with the biggest upset basically and the biggest shock, and we were looking for a newcomer, to stand up and be counted. But let's take nothing away, I should say, from Morocco. The reigning champions of Africa have not lost a step. They have been prepping. We got that from the interview as well. And obviously this is, it seems pretty obvious, but one of the key attributes of every team that is playing really well here is preparation. We knew that coming in. We speak to them pre-production. We speak to them off air as well. But really to let everybody know at home just how seriously they're taking it, not just for the national pride, but also for the massive cash prize pool that exists right now, which is fantastic for these guys. Morocco out of Africa, still the team to beat. Gonna be interesting to see the likes of Egypt, who seem to just they got their wins and they showed brilliance, but it also feels like they haven't hit their full stride yet. So give me Egypt versus Morocco, full form.
Okay.
Full Super Saiyan. There you go, Vince, if you're watching, mate. Full Super Saiyan Egypt versus Morocco. And that, I think, will be an incredible title fight.
And Morocco is one of the few teams in the Africa region that has scored 100 points. They scored 112 against their game against Nigeria. You had Algeria that scored 112 against Senegal. And I believe those are the only two teams. Those are the only events that happened twice where they went ahead and scored 100 points as well. So a lot of defense being played. We've seen that as well. The closest one, I think, was Ghana versus Tunisia, where it was 47-44. That was one of the first games that we went ahead and showed on the broadcast as well. Outside of these two regions, I know I had asked you this earlier. We talked about Team USA. I feel like they're kind of like the early favorites coming in and also stabilizing themselves. Is there anyone outside of them that you're kind of like, hey, they might be the favorites when we get to Sweden?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier. It's got to be Turkey. It's got to be Turkiya is the correct pronunciation these days. Reigning champs of Europe, having witnessed them in person as well on the big stage, Olympic Esport Week, Singapore 2023. It was themselves, Philippines, Brazil, those teams all in attendance. And it has to be said, they were clutch. That's the biggest stage. That's the pinnacle that we've had so far. In person, they stepped up the most. Honestly, I know the dynamic of that particular team. Staying in the same hotel, it was a great week. You get to know the players. That's what we're going to see in Sweden. And until I see different, Turkiya are the team to beat.
All right, well, let's see who is the one that is on top of the leaderboards for Africa. And let's go ahead and get to it because we've got a lot to go ahead and break down. And there you have it. It is Morocco. It is Egypt. It is Algeria that are tied for first place right now. You can see them. We'll talk about this is all, by the way, without skill boost. So we'll get to that here in a moment as well. And then you have Algeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast that is coming out with 15 points themselves. And then you see the rest of the lineup there as well. So, Chris, the skill boosts, they made a huge difference from second to first place. Let's go ahead and see what it looks like with the skill boosters that they may have gotten themselves. And do we see a bit of a change? You have Morocco that has completed 5, so they've held on to theirs. Egypt, surprisingly, has not secured any, so they go ahead and stay at the number 2 spot. But actually, I'm sorry,
Algeria have jumped.
Right,
Algeria have jumped from 7th up to 3rd. That's massive.
Skill boost.
That's absolutely huge.
And there is your final. It is Morocco, Algeria, and Egypt round out your 1, 2, 3 leaderboard for the Africa region. Chris, are you at all surprised now that we know the numbers?
Oh my God. Well, clearly Ghana and right there with the Ivory Coast as well. That is mind-boggling. I can't believe it. And we didn't get to call an Algerian game as well. So I cannot wait to see some of the replays after the stream and catch them in the next game day, because they've basically just established themselves as one of the teams to beat out of Africa. That is massive. And we saw Ghana again, they played brilliantly, but not getting the skill boost. Imagine what they could achieve if they actually went and got some skill boosts as well. That is wide open for the taking right there, mate. That is going to be absolutely huge come next game day.
And this is huge because in the Middle East, you already had your top 2 teams. No matter which top 2 make it to the regional finals, it's still the same top 2. Here, it makes a big difference. And of course, next week will be that much crucial for all 3 of those teams. And then everyone else that was within that 15, 16 point range as well. But Chris, I know it's late at night for you. Final thoughts, my man.
Oh, mate. Well, listen, first stream back from myself of eFIBA Season 2. You can see the excitement. My final thought is the excitement and the hype are real. You can see what it means to these lads, especially in those interviews. My God, they are chomping at the bit to get to Sweden, which means we're going to have explosive game day after explosive game day. And then Sweden, look out, because eFIBA Season 2 is coming. The 2K World is coming, and it's going to be massive. Honestly, the biggest thing to hit Sweden since the Vikings, mate. This is going to be huge.
Absolutely, and that is going to conclude the first game day of Africa and Middle East in the eFIBA Season 2. What a wonderful day it has been, and what an absolute pleasure it was to have cast it alongside you, my man. Really appreciate you. We will be back on Thursday with the first gameplay from the Southeast Asia, so be on the lookout for socials for those timings. But on behalf of myself, Chris, and all the men and women behind the screens, we appreciate you for tuning in to eFIBA Season 2.